Well, this has always happened. I was talking for the past few minutes and we were not broadcasting. That's okay though, because I got this set up. And it would be nice if I actually popped up, you know? If I was like on the thing. There we go. Hello, everybody. For those of you who joined us right at 8, I do apologize for the tardiness. I woke up a few minutes before 8 today, but I only had a few hours of sleep and I was running around getting everything set up. Just grabbed myself some water and popped a couple of caffeine pills to kind of force wake myself a little bit. I'm kind of surprised that the recommended settings of VC Face dropped things to such a low level, but the tracking seems to be fairly okay. For those of you who have never been to this kind of stream before, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are doing a draw along with Bob Ross today. We're going to be attempting to do some painting, except we're going to be doing it in Krita as opposed to actual oil paintings, since we don't have oil paints here in the cyber world. I'm going to repost the Twitch link to a few other places really quick, so please bear with me. Should also get some music playing in the background too, huh?
Welcome back.
Where are we going to post this? A few places, I suppose. We'll put one in one of the big ENVTuber Discords for once, since we almost never do that. Figure out have to slowly pop into or make a presence in those servers anyway. Got a couple pre-made Discord links and such here, really quick. I think 3 places will do for now. I'm gonna turn off my Discord reactive image. Hey Lenarth, how are you this morning? Always glad to see you on Saturdays if possible. I'm gonna pop into voice chat too if anyone wants to hang out and voice chat with me. Need to make sure that the voice and video settings here are still correct. Okay, they are. So Discord is running properly. I had to manually change some of my settings to use the Valve Index mic because for whatever reason it's not the computer is not auto detecting at the moment. To start off today's painting, we're going to go ahead and make an all black canvas to start off. Can I remember which one is the fill tool? It's this one, isn't it? Paint layer 1. That's weird. Where's the color layer? The color wheel. That's green. We are not working with green today, though. We are working with is black. I just need to remember how to change it to. Okay. As black as my soul. I kind of want to put lo-fi hip-hop to beats to study to again in the background, but the last time I did that for Bob Ross stream, it muted this parts of the stream because some of it was copyright music. I guess what I could try doing is looking up royalty free is stream safe. Let's see what happens if I were to look that up. Japanese lo-fi 24/7 aesthetic lo-fi hip-hop music, no copyright lo-fi hip-hop beats. I wonder. I will laugh but not be too surprised if it turns out that this is not true, but you never know. All songs are safe to be used in any of your videos. Nobody will strike your video. In case you need to monetize the video using my songs, send a video link to my label at soundinvasionrecord@gmail.com. They'll check if you add my credits in the description and release any claim. Make sure you send them an email only in case your channel is approved to monetize, otherwise it makes no sense. The music is safe to be used in your video, so if you get a claim, it's not a copyright violation. Well, I was specifically looking up stream safe music. Curious. Well, let's try it out. I doubt they're gonna mute the entire video anyway. Probably just parts of it. Japanese space for a lo-fi cafe. Let's start with Japanese. Wow, that's a bit loud. Ain't it? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Good morning, ProQuid. How are you this morning? Glad to see you here as always. Let me adjust my mic a bit here. Beep boop 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 beep boop. Boop 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 beep boop. Boop 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 beep beep boop boop boop. Alright, this should do, I think. I see. Well, I do thank you for deciding to spend at least some of that time with me, at least until you do find something to do today. Beep boop boop beep boop boop. Boop boop beep beep boop boop. Okay. I think this mic setting is decent. For today's stream, we will be following along with Bob Ross's Northern Lights, which is Season 8, Episode 13, which I have linked here in the comments if you would like to draw along. Right now, for some reason, I don't remember how to get the color wheel set up here in Krita, so I'm trying to figure that out again, which is weird because it was there before. I'm pretty sure it's something that should be there by default. How strange. Brush preset, fill gradients, fill patterns, background, color selector. Probably turn on the fan here as well. 1 second, please. There we go. And we're back. Sorry for the scare. Which one of these things here is the... Why can I never remember this? Oh, there we go. You can literally set Krita's workspace to represent what you're trying to do that day. That's really cool, actually. It also solves my problem right there. Awesome. Let's change Japanese lo-fi to something a little bit more appropriate for my aesthetic. Space lo-fi should work. There we go. Much better. Even the color palette's a lot closer, or a lot similar, I should say. A lot more similar than would have been otherwise. There we go.
Welcome back.
There we go. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Show of this series. So I thought today, since I lived in Alaska so long, I'd do a special Alaskan painting. So if you come on up here to the canvas, I'll tell you what we've already done. Now, I've taken a black canvas, as you can see. We painted this with just a flat black acrylic paint, allowed that to dry. And then on top of that, I've put all different kinds of transparent colors. I've put some, right in here, some alizarin crimson.
Fortunately, I can't do the transparent colors thing with this technology. At least I don't think I can. So we'll have to make do.
With a thick paint, so it's all ready to go. So let's.
And if I recall correctly, the last time I did this, one of my followers managed to find the exact color hex codes of the Bob Ross paintings. So what we could do is, I'm going to pop into Discord really quick and grab those off of Discord and then save them somewhere. Gonna get a notepad, pop those on there. It'd be really nice if there is a way to actually open up Palette and Krita to save this with. There probably is. I'll keep this open over here while we work.
Let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me. And I think today we'll do some northern lights. So come on up here and let's get started. I'm going to use the old fan brush today. So probably one of the best ways to do this is sort of take, and you can just, on this black canvas, you can draw in some basic shapes. And if you've never seen the northern light,
Starting off with, let's go ahead and start off with phthalo blue. See if we can find a fan brush in here. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes what brush is what. You kind of have to wing it most of the time, to be honest. Swish, swish. I wonder. And what size will this be? Choose that. Around it. Oh, well, I'll be. It's working as intended. Just a little bit smaller than I expected.
a lot of times they're in what they call curtains or just layers. Now, if in your part of the country there's no such thing as northern lights, you can do the same scene, leave the lights out, and maybe put a little moon in the sky, and it'll be just as effective. But once again, for my friends in Alaska, today I want to do a northern lights picture. Start with the old fan brush, go right into titanium white. Now we already have all those beautiful colors on the canvas, so all we need is white. Let's go up here. Now, decide where these curtains, where these lights are going to be, and just begin tapping. See, all I'm doing is just tapping and tapping the color in, and make your base.
This one's kind of funky. I'll be able to fix that later though. It's a little too bright for Northern Lights, right? Should probably not be yellow. We'll remove that. Which I know is supposed to be a bad habit. Bob Ross is not a fan of hard deleting anything. Not that you could with real paints anyway, but it is a bad habit that I am unfortunately a little too used to. Just a little too much. Now then.
Basic. All I'm doing is just tapping. And tapping the color in and make your basic shapes. Just very basic shapes.
So hard to control
More paint.
this brush.
A little brighter. And we have one coming right across here. And I'm just tapping titanium white on there. Sometimes there's little ridges and they bounce around and there it comes.
Here it is.
Just right on around. Right on around. And we'll have 3 layers of lights in this painting. And you can have as many as you want or as few as you want. It's up to you. Up to you. Now then. This is where the fun starts. Let's take a 1-inch brush.
I know, right?
I'll begin grabbing this and lifting it upward. Just grab it and pop it. Just pop it up. Okay, there we go. Already you can see it begin picking up some of the different.
Let's see what. Oh, it might be a little too strong. Let's try this one. What about this one? This will do. This will do actually a lot better than for what I had in mind. It's times like these, like having a boom mic is probably really useful. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hmm. Hey, Evan boy, how you this morning? Happy Saturday. Welcome, welcome, welcome to back to the stream. A pleasure as always. What you up to? Did you just wake up? Or is it really late over there? I assume it's really late over there. Almost midnight, huh? Down under. Glad you could join us before you went to bed, though. It is currently 8:38 in the morning over here, by comparison. What you up to? Getting ready for bed? Ah, that's not the correct one. Which of these is the blend tool again? Is it this one? Smudging. Scraping. Multiple pens. Is it this one? Oh, that's definitely not that one. It's definitely not that one either. What about this? It's definitely not that one. We're doing Bob Ross stream. We're doing his Northern Lights painting, or attempting to, I should say. I must relearn all that I've learned from the last time we did a Bob Ross stream, which was a couple months ago. In particular, I need to relearn which one of these is the blend tool, which is fairly difficult, honestly. It's probably not that one, for example. It might be... Nah. Is it this one? It is that one. Looks like it's blending a little too much of the blue with the whites, which is not the effect we're going for. Or maybe I need to be able to put down the whites a little bit stronger. That's probably the reason, actually. Like, what if we were to be a little bit stronger there? And what if we were to then... There we go. I think part of the problem is the paints aren't exactly necessarily mixing together like they would in a real life setting. So what was turning into kind of a lightish blue in the original painting is more like a muted merge of white and blue here. It's difficult to translate some of these concepts to digital, you know? You won't make everything perfect, unfortunately. So we must, in fact, instead experiment to try and get something that is similar. Still think it's a little too dark. Let's try something like this, and then we will go with a full-on white, and then we will go and try and blend that down. And now we will try blending this together and see if this does what we are going for. Looks like it's still not mixing properly, or at least not like in the Bob Ross video. This is proving to be a lot more difficult than I expected.
Colors. And here, like so. Let's grab this one, lift it up. Well, Johnny Horton wrote a beautiful song about Northern Lights. Northern Lights were...
I think I understand what he's going for now. However, since paints do not mix properly on a digital canvas, we will need to make do. Because otherwise, this is not going to turn out anywhere close to what he was attempting, or what he was doing. So we're going to do that. Let's try this style to see if this will be closer to what was being. What would Bob Ross say in this situation, honestly? Am I spending way too much time on this one corner of the painting when I should be drawing the rest? Probably. Hmm. Brain is now working. Sure, there's a way to do this properly. I just need to figure out how to do it properly. There we go. Shit. Oh. I see. Is that what's going on, huh? Because it's black, because of this black paint, it's not working as appropriately as I would have liked. Ironically. But the blend tools that I'm using also grab some of the black paint, even though that's pretty much dry. I wonder if I can offset that by using a completely different layer from the black layer. Because I think it's dried in the original painting. So it shouldn't be doing this, right? Hey Steel, how are you today? He probably would say something folksy. He'd probably ask me not to try and delete this paint or what I've done so far. Even though the urge to mass delete right now is quite high. Very high, in fact. Well, let's try doing it on a different layer anyway, just to see what would happen. Out of good old-fashioned curiosity. Hmm. Well, It'll appear that despite doing this on a separate layer, it's still pulled over to black paint, so it doesn't seem to matter where you do it. Huh. That's weird. Where to go from here then? Full speed ahead, I suppose. We'll have to improvise. But I do want to make all these colors a little bit brighter against such a dark background. And by a little, I mean a lot brighter. These will be some of the most scuffed northern lights you've ever yet seen. Hopefully, however, they'll look somewhat pretty at the end of the stream. Maybe. Maybe. Another thing that I miss in traditional art that I don't have in digital art, or at least I haven't discovered yet, is that when you naturally change the angle of the pen, it changes the width of your stroke. I kind of see that happening here a little bit because when you say take this, it changes angle depending on how you're holding the brush. But it's not really consistent. I don't know if newer brushes have solved this problem or found ways around this, but it's just something I noticed. A little something. They might be overdoing the blend tool. I think it's destroying too much of the character of the... Each texture is its own character. And when you overblend too much, it gets a kind of muted. It gets kind of lost. Leads the viewer to question, just what the fuck is that? Is that a cloud? Is it a dust storm or something? I feel like sometimes, I mean, you see people joke all the time about, like, lens flares. I feel like blurring sometimes can be the lens flares of art if it's abused too much. You know what I'm saying? And maybe relying it on it a little too much. Just a bit. I have to pause the Bob Ross stream every now and then because trying to keep up with him while using completely foreign equipment is kind of killing me. He has to slow down. Since I can't just pull out the same utensils as him and copy him directly. I have to experiment a lot, figure out what works or what does better. and even screw up several times in the process, but this seems to be relatively close. His last instruction before I pause the video. He actually pre-painted some of these colors on a black canvas so that when he started pulling them using a different tool, it started pulling these still wet colored paints and mixing it with the whites. And as I previously discussed, you can't as easily mix colors in real time on Krita or on art programs. Or if you can, I've not figured out yet how to do that. That's actually starting to look kind of nice. Just gently pulling. This might be salvageable yet. Who'd have thought? So, how are y'all this morning? What plans you got for this weekend? Hmm. That's cool. That's cool. I got nothing planned at the moment either, to be honest. I'm sure I'll make something to do. I do have a bunch of model kits that I want to start working on, especially since I now got the tools. I'll post them on Twitter and Discord later. Good morning. How are you doing, K6? That's good. I'm alright. Still kind of half asleep, but awake enough to do some chill painting. I don't understand what that means. La-di-da-di. I don't look like a vampire, do I? Lol. This kind of works actually. At least a lot better than the previous ones. Let's continue.
We're running wild in the land of the midnight sun. And I lived there for over a dozen years, and that has to be one of the prettiest countries in the world. God was really having a good day when he made Alaska. Now then, I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and go all the way through this and lift up, all the way through. Follow the same angles, all the way. Look at that.
Bob Ross, I love you, but I don't think I have a blush blender tool that's that big. Yeah, it's not that one.
They don't see a lot of color in northern lights.
It's definitely not that one.
They see maybe only whites or yellows, and you can do yours that way. Where I lived, right outside of Fairbanks, in a little town called North Pole.
I do any of that, it's going to really screw up the painting.
So that makes it a little more interesting. So I figured if I did a bunch
So I'd rather not attempt.
Okay, see now right in here, this is where the crimson was, and you have sort of a lavender feel in here, blue.
Lavender feeling. What if I were to increase the pixel size of this and go, yeah, what about this? Not sure of one. I think I know what you're going for, but and they're all going to a central point too? How do I into Northern Lights? Can I into Northern Lights? Is probably a better question. Rather, I do need to correct a little bit here. I was kind of curious why he only drew like 3 of these. I'm not sure if I care for the red and orange a bit. Feels like they're just sort of there. At the same time, I feel like the orange over here was actually the best attempt at the blending together a northern light. I kind of want to redo this, to be honest. Now that I have a better idea of what the image looks like, supposed to look like. Where's my eraser tool? Here it is. I know what I said. I'm not supposed to be erasing, but don't think I could really help it in this case. It just occurred to me though, I don't think I have an eraser tool in this. There's no erasing in painting, unfortunately. So how do I save this? Gonna save this as first attempt. I'm throwing in throwing in the towel. We gotta redo this. Because I don't know how I'm going to fix this. I really don't know how to... Unless we make... Unless we make the focal point right over... Hmm. Hey Winter, welcome back. How are you today? How are you? Sorry it took me so long to get started. Having a very scuffed painting stream today. I do mean scuffed. Oh, you had to help your Lola? No problem. Welcome to the stream, or back to the stream as always. I'm going to go ahead and repost the particular episode that we're following along with in case you want to follow along. That's true. Indeed. Indeed. It's the most funky looking Aurora Borealis I ever did see. But it's my Aurora Borealis. An Aurora Borealis at this time of day and this time of year in this part of the country localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. Am I having a good day? Well, the day's barely started. So we'll see. Thank you, though. I hope your day was great as well, and that your sleep is great as well. Ah, no. Bad. Get away from me. You've been oversleeping, but try not to see that as a bad thing. Aw. I know how I'd feel. Ah, this might have been a little too much. That's a little bit too much. We definitely have to... I have to undo that. That's too much for me. There we go. Need more white. I can't follow Bob Ross's teachings entirely. I'm a little too addicted to deleting and redoing. However, I was about to trash this entire attempt as a whole, but then I thought, what if I can save the pieces that I've made so far, so I don't need to destroy the entire thing. And that's when I took a closer look at the original painting and saw that all of the little strands do connect at a central point, which is over here. So I'm hoping I can just do that instead. I really don't want to have to trash this entire drawing, you know? White, yeah. Need more white to do this little, to kind of make the outlines here. It's not like we're trying to make black light. It would be, wouldn't it? I think they're kind of spread out all across several collectors though. There's not just one. There's not just like one collection. I could be wrong though. It's getting a little bit muddy. I really wish I had a fan brush here. Wonder what this one does. Hmm. Oh, so I can change how much it's blended by changing how heavy I push on the using this weighted tool. Let's try that. That's nice. That's nice. So if I were to just... Nah, I don't like that. It's mixing too much with the black. Just a little too much with the black.
Over here, there's a little phthalo green mixing with a phthalo blue. Makes some beautiful, beautiful colors in the sky. So let's wash the old brush.
Beautiful, beautiful colors in the sky.
Shape.
Beat the devil out of it.
And no painting of Alaska would be complete without an almighty mountain.
Here we go. We're making an almighty mountain tonight. Always have to make an almighty mountain.
Pull it out flat, cut across, put that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. You have to make the big decision. Where does your mountain live?
His voice is drowned out a little bit by the music. There we go.
Dark brown in there. Very dark. Pull it out flat,
Too big.
across, get that
Water.
little paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. You have to make the big decision. Where does your mountain live?
This is where I'm running into another problem. He's drawing the mountain, he's painting a mountain on this black canvas, but the black paint he's using to paint the mountain is blacker than the black of the canvas, and the color of the canvas I use for this one is actual black, so... Shit. White? What? It's a regional dialect. I don't know. White? Ah, this is so not dark enough. I'm attempting to draw an almighty mountain to fix my mistake. But I don't think you can see the almighty mountain because it is so dark unless it can be seen as a silhouette against the northern lights here. Delightfully devilish, Luller. That's way too big. Yes, yeah. No, that's totally not what I'm doing. I'm totally not fixing a mistake by covering with an almighty mountain. It's like Bob Ross always says, we don't make mistakes, we make happy little accidents, and I just accidentally happened to make a fuck huge mountain right here. It just happens to be covering the place. What mistakes? I don't see no mistakes here. I don't see any mistakes at all. Yeah, that's a mount. Thanks, Dancer. I needed that. I needed that laugh. Now I'm actually glad I didn't destroy this initial attempt. I was about to, because I was like, this fucking sucks. I suck. Nope.
Put little bumps and hills and valleys, whatever you want in your mountain.
Lumps and hills in our mountain.
Like so. And scrape off all the excess paint. You really, really can't scrape too hard. Then we'll take a large brush, grab it, and pull. This just basically removes excess paint. The more of this paint that you can get off,
Just basically removes excess paint. The more of this paint you can get off, the more you can unfuck your mistakes and make them seem completely intentional. Just using a technique I learned from the last time I attempted this, I found out that you can make nice mountainy texture by lightly pressing with this tool and a little bit of whitish gray, actually. So I will totally be attempting that this time. Thank you. Appreciate that, Winter. Always appreciate that. I may disagree with you, but I appreciate it all the same. I really like how I actually did manage to unfuck this. This just made my day. Today's starting to go now. So you're looking at it already looks like the mountain technique. Made a mistake. Just draw a mountain. Wonderbar. All right, all right. Let's continue, Bob Ross.
The stick. So take off all of it that you can get off. This is also an excellent way of using brush strokes to begin laying out your highlights and shadows. See? See how you can pull all kinds of effects? There. Maybe you want to see. And you're not committed. You can just keep changing this and playing with it. Maybe you want a little shadow. You can see. There. It's that easy to find out how your highlights and shadows will look in there. Pull it through, or you can just keep going till you spend all day just playing there. Okay. Now then, let's use our old knife. We'll go into titanium white and a little bit of blue. Just a small amount of blue. There. Just enough to tin it. Good. Pull it out very flat, as flat as you can get it. Get tough with it. And come across, get that little roll of paint right under the edge of the knife. Just go back up here. Now then, let's have some snow just coming right down the side of this mountain. Wherever you want it to go. No pressure.
No pressure, no pressure at all. Just wherever you would like it to go. ET phone home. ET phone home. I know, right? He does call it the wet on wet technique, though, for a reason.
No pressure at all. Just let it flow. You want that paint to break. You want all these little...
Oil is actually wet. I mean, prior to Bob Ross, it was more common to paint oil onto a canvas and then let it dry and then continue painting on it. Bob Ross was really the person that sort of pushed forward the idea of just working with it very quickly, even though the paint is still wet. And he just got really good at blending the paints together, basically. That's why it's called the wet on wet technique, because he gets these things done in like minutes when it used to take people hours to paint these. And he just learned how to blend the paints together in the process, like on the canvas itself, instead of just blending it on his palette. Like even on this one, he started off by painting the entire canvas black. Then he waited a little bit for it to dry just a little bit. Then he painted other colors on top of the canvas that were transparent, quote unquote. And then he took a brush and he started pulling them across the canvas. And when he pulled them across the canvas, it pulled the paints that are already on there and a little bit of the black and started mixing them together. And he put the white paint on top of that. And then he pushed them together, which gave that effect of having a sort of holographic aurora borealis effect. I tried to replicate that in digital, and it's more difficult to do because the program, Krita in this case, does not recognize the paints as all being separate, right? That's how he does the effects. So, it's hard to do. It's one of those things that's I don't know how to translate from digital to, or from traditional to digital just yet. I'm sure there's probably a way to kind of cheat and do that, but I've never figured it out yet. Which is why you could see from up here that I kind of tried multiple attempts to mimic the attempt, or mimic it a little bit. Not quite as Not anywhere near as similar to what he did, but you know.
Holes left in it. There you go. See? And you can wiggle that knife and cause all kinds of little effects to happen. There you go. Okay, right up here on the top, we want a little bit of snow right up here. There. It comes right down. Maybe it joins together. You have to make big decisions here. There we go. Maybe there's some light striking right over here on that little ridge. Let's begin with our shadows. For the shadows, we'll take the blue and the white, mix it together. Like so. Well, maybe we'll make that a little bit lighter. It's still a little dark for what I want. That's much better. Cut across it, our little roll of paint again. Okay? Now then, no pressure. No pressure. Just let it barely caress the canvas. And just begin laying in all kinds of little things. Anywhere you want a little ridge, just drop
I think
it.
I may have fucked up the mountain a little bit. Just a bit. It's losing definition. Probably worked with it a little too much. Got to regain definition. Got to fix this a little bit. Harsh shapes. Need harsh shapes. Jagged edges. You think so? I'm glad you think so. A large natural elevation to Earth's surface, rising abruptly from the surrounding level, a large steep hill. I found mountain definition. Indeed. I mean, I guess it does fit the description prior pretty well, doesn't it? I think I drew a better mountain in the previous stream, personally. It's all thanks to this little tool over here. This really rough one.
Did you know you had that kind of power? Could you push mountains around? Boy, when I go home, the only thing I can push around is a chair, but here I can push around anything.
You heard it right here, folks. Bob Ross can push around anything, given a brush. And I can believe it. Dude's a saint. He probably was, or is. Holy be thy name. This mountain shall save the stream. Through sheer force of just being a mountain. Is it this one? It's probably this one. Yeah. Wrong tool. Thanks. I can't help but feel like I'm making it worse somehow. Gotta stop. Sometimes you gotta know when to stop when you're ahead.
Mountains and trees and rivers. There we go. We'll put a happy little peak right up there. Now we're using a very firm paint here. We want this paint to be as firm as possible.
I just thought of something. What if I were to... Is it this one? Not that one. It's not that one. Which one of these is it? I keep forgetting which one of these I was using. It's not that one either. It needs to be coarse. Which one was I using that was really coarse? Is it this one? Mm. Mm. It's not this one, is it? It can't be. Was it this one? I can't tell now. I lost track of which paint or which brush I was using. Looks like a splash. I think it happens when you make your own art, really. You're always not satisfied. Yeah, I agree. It is always a major problem. But the reason why they say to try to avoid erasing or deleting is because people will often run into an issue of they delete and destroy so much that they never get anything finished. And eventually, whether you like it or not, you will have to finish something. Right now, I'm trying to figure out which brush did I use for this mountain just now. So I literally cannot remember. And it's unfortunate because whatever I used was perfect for making the texture. It's not this one either. Yeah, I don't know. Now I literally do not remember which one of these it was. It's definitely not that one. Could it have been this one? Because what I want to do is to kind of clean up this mountain ridge a little bit. Hopefully without making it worse. How did you find that? It's a shame I can't go back and look at it. And my head is covering the brush presets, so I can't go back and just like look at it either, can I? How did I do this? It's not that one. I'll have to go check it later, I guess. But see, it's not that one. Definitely not that one. Is it this one? Okay. If you so wish, I appreciate it. Wait, it might be this one, actually. No, actually, I think it is. Because it looks very... Oh, it is, because you know what's different is I set up the weight options so that how this looks is dependent entirely on how hard I press. When previously it was all very uniform. Yeah, it's this one. So what I could do now is... yes, much better. This is the texture I used for making those mountain ranges. Thank you so much, Winter. That was very helpful. I feel like I need to go back and fix the Aurora Borealis a bit. Although I don't know how I'm going to do that from here, but I'm sure there'll be a way. There's always a way when there is a will, so to speak. It feels like I do know the way, after all.
Okay, now see this little point here? It needs to have its own private shadow. If it doesn't have its own shadow, then it won't stand out like an individual.
Here we go. I corrected the audio bands just a little bit.
Bounce it back and forth here and play. Shoot, look at there. Maybe there's another one. There's right there. As many or as few as you want in your world.
As many or as few as I want in this world.
Your creation.
It's my creation.
But each one of them, see here, now once again, right here.
Thanks a lot, Bob
We
Ross.
have another shadow. There we go. And all the time, this is mixing with that beautiful color that's underneath.
He's just making nothing
Now,
but
okay.
mountains right now.
Yeah. Let's take a clean, dry, 2-inch brush.
Shit, he really loves mountains, doesn't he?
Gently tap, following the angles in the mountain. Always follow your angles. And tap more down here at the base than you do up here. Up here, you just barely want to whisper it. Down at the bottom, you want to tap it a little bit harder.
Bob Ross, the Mountain Whisperer. Coming soon to a movie theater near you. He knows the way to Uganda. I can't make the clocking noise that the knuckles do, unfortunately. At least not very well.
If you begin collecting some paint on your brush, just beat the devil out of it, and that'll remove.
Wrong. Pull the lever. Wrong lever.
Move the excess paint right off your brush without going through a lot of cleaning. There we are. See how soft that's beginning to look? Over here, you follow these angles. Always pay attention to the angles in your mountain, and that's what you're looking for. There. Now then, very gently lift upward. This takes out all those little tap marks, softens, blends, creates the illusion of mist.
So that's what he's doing. He's making mist. And he puts it like that, it kind of makes sense, actually.
Like so. Not easy. You have one.
New? New what? Did something bad happen? Did something go wrong on your end? Are you okay? Wrong Kronk meme. What Kronk? Oh, you mean the, oh yeah, it's all coming together meme, right? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. I guess a little bit. I still think that the Aurora Borealis could use some work, but there's only so much you can. But like I said, it's kind of difficult to do what Bob Ross did in digital, in uh, in digital, because he had a very specific technique for making those that I can't replicate very easily on here. I'm sorry to say, but hey, I can make a bitching mountain in Krita. That stands for something, right?
Fantastic mountain.
Fantastic.
Big son of a gun.
He agrees. Fantastic mountain.
Big old mountain.
Big old mountain.
Okay. Yeah, we can play some more. That's fine. It's a fan brush.
Thank. Oh no. Oh, the first one got banned, but this one did not. Surimod is good, but they need to add more stuff to their list of things here. Thank you. I banned that one manually. Thank you. I'm glad to see that Seribot is working as intended, but they still only banned one of them and not the other. OBS is working a lot better though. It used to lag when I would select on select or collect select a chat message for deletion, but that was pretty quick. That's true.
I think we'll just go right into this mixture we had before. We made the mountain with it. It was black, phthalo blue, little Van Dyke brown. Just mix them on the brush. Load that brush full of paint. Look at all the paints in there. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's some happy little trees live back here. These are far away, and all we're looking for is just little indications, little evergreens that are far, far back in the distance.
Looks like we're drawing, or we're now working on Bob Ross's favorite art medium, happy little trees. Impressions of trees, anyway. Tree time. Indeed it is.
Far away.
Indeed it is so.
There we go.
Indeed it is so. I need to figure out which one of these tools will work best for this process, though. Not that one. Swish, swish. Not that one either. Those are a little... That's not good, a little bit darker. Pog. I've cheating the system. I'm cheating the system using these things here. Actually, much rather have draw them individually than draw them several at a time like that because it gets kind of messy. But you can't really see them anyway, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Nah, it's always a big deal. Gotta be careful. Can't afford to get too lazy now. That's weird. Why is nothing showing up? Are these two... Oh, that's why. They're too light. There we go. We're entering the Matrix.
Okay, let's get a little more paint. So you're using the top part of that brush and just tap downward. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Now you don't want to kill all this misty area. If you kill this mist that's right up here, all that'll happen is these trees will run right into the mountain. You want them to stay separated. So don't kill your misty area. Save them. They're precious. They're good friends.
The mist are precious and good friends.
Best friends. So cherish them.
Best friends, even. We have to cherish. We need to cherish them and each other.
If too far apart, they're going to begin looking like fence posts. So if your little evergreens that are far in the distance begin looking like fence posts, chances are you just don't have enough. Add a few more and see if it doesn't help take care of that little problem. There we go. Isn't that easy? We got some happy little evergreens living way back here in the distance all the way across. Now then, we can take another fan brush, and I have several of them going here, so I don't have to continually wash them. We'll take a little blue and white.
They do sound like really chugga sounds, don't they?
Left over. Let's go up here.
I agree.
I want to just pop in some indication of some happy little tree trunks. Just on the bottom. Touch it, pull it straight up. Just touch, pull straight up. Very lightly. Very lightly. Just enough to create a little light area down here at the base of these trees. Just makes them a little prettier. So you're playing light against dark, dark against light, continually. Continually. That's what painting's all about. Now then. Now maybe, way back there in the distance, we can start playing with a little detail. We'll take that same old black color, just put a lot of paint in the brush. Just black, blue, a lot of paint. Look at there, that brush is really full, okay? Let's go right up in here and we'll just pop in a few little bushes. Don't want to kill all the little tree trunk areas that you made there. Just a few. See, that little light area now is your separator. It's your divider. There. Just like so. Now then, I'll go back to this fan brush. It's got mainly white on it. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add at least a little touch of the liquid white to it to make it a little thinner. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want some bright things happening here. So I'm going to take this and begin pushing upward to create just some happy little grassy areas back here. Allow it to mix with that color it's underneath, all the blues and blacks. So it creates all kinds of little things. There we go. Maybe it comes right along in there, wherever you want it. Maybe there's one out there. We'll have this one go up. Just sort of make a decision, let it happen. Now then, let's take a 2-inch brush and I'm just going to tap it into a little of the titanium white. Just gently tap it. You see? Okay, let's go up here. Now, I want a happy little reflection to live right underneath here. All you need is white because the color is already on the canvas. Just pull it straight down, and start where you want it to be the brightest, and then work outward in both directions. And automatically, it'll get darker as it works away from that area. Now with a clean brush, pull it down firmly, like so. Just pull it straight down and then go lightly across. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Now then, we'll take a little bit of liquid white and a little bit of titanium white and mix it together. Pull it out flat. Get a little roll of paint on the knife. Tiny little roll. There it is. And let's go up here and just put the indication of a little snow. It's laying right along the base of that. And just barely touching the canvas. Just barely touching it. And allow it to mix with that color that's underneath. Don't fight these. Just let them happen. There we are. Okay. Now maybe, tell you what, let's play a little. The blue and the black on the fan brush. Maybe right here lives an evergreen that's a little bigger. He's a little touch closer. And we'll drop him in right there. Just like that. And he lives right out there. We'll give him a little friend. We don't want him to be lonely. He's just sitting right here watching the northern lights or aurora borealis, whatever you want to call it. It's easier to say northern lights. And I'm going to take a little touch of that blue and white mixture and load it on the fan brush and come right along here and just put the indication of a few little highlights. These trees are far away. I don't want too many. If you get too many, just take your dark paint, go right back over them. It'll eat it right up. All right. All right. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's put in some bigger trees. Same old color. Just use the blue and the black. Mix it well. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe. Yep, I see a big tree that lives right there. Start with just the corner of the fan brush. Work it back and forth. Back and forth. And as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure. Down here, you're getting tough. Oh, you're really taking out all your frustrations down here. There we go. Just really bang it in there. And maybe there's another tree here. See, start with a corner. Back and forth. Back and forth. See, I think everything's like people. I've made so many fantastic friends with painting. I think everything's got to have friends. Trees and bushes and everything needs friends. Everybody needs a friend.
Everybody needs a friend.
I'm going over the other side over here. Shoot, let's get crazy. I want one that goes way up.
What is that noise
goes
just
all the way
now?
through this northern light.
Where'd that come from? Thank you for giving me something to eat. Nom 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 nom. It's kind of spooked for a moment by that noise. I was like, where's that from?
Now, there's as many different ways to paint northern lights as there are painters. This is just one interpretation. This is what they look like to me where I live. Really makes a beautiful painting. And these black canvases, when you change the light source, the painting changes. You put this under 3 different lights, and you'd almost believe you had 3 different paintings. It changes that much. It's almost unbelievable. And at home, try these black canvases with any transparent color. Now, I've got letters that have asked me, how do I tell what color is transparent? There's a very, very simple test. In fact, I'll tell you what, while the camera's right there, I'll show you. Take a color like blue. Bring the camera right in here so we can see. See, if you take this blue and rub it on here, that still looks black. That color is transparent. Now then, let's take a color, okay, let's use bright red. That's a very opaque color. Now, when you put it there, whoo, see what happens? That color is not transparent. It will not do for what we're trying to do here. That's a good test. Of course, now we got a red spot on the canvas. Hey, paint another tree. Trees cover up a multitude of sins. We'll have another one. Yeah, we'll put him right here. He's right there. There he is. This is still the blue and the midnight black. Just blue and black. Okay, I'm going to get a 1-inch brush. We'll use it for a little bit. Take that same color, the blue and the black.
Thank you for the milkshake.
Lighter color and put it in there. Pull that brush in one direction.
Thank you for the milkshake.
So very dark blue. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe we're going to have some happy little snow-covered bushes. So all we're doing is just beginning to lay in some of the very basic shapes. You're not looking for detail yet. Only very basic shapes. Very basic. Okay, let's go right over in here. Maybe there's a happy bush. Yep, that's right there. Comes right on out. Or just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. You can have as many or as few. Just let your imagination take you. If you've never been to Alaska, you're to go see it. It's almost unreal. I was born and raised in Florida, and I was almost 20 years old before I ever saw snow. And my favorite uncle, Uncle Sam, he sent me up there in January. Thought that would be funny. It was funny. I got off the plane. The first thing I did was stepped on the ice and fell on my bottom because I didn't know how to walk on ice. Now I'm taking some liquid white and going right into titanium white. Pull it in one direction. We'll put a little tiny bit of blue into that. One direction. Look at all the paint that's on that brush. It's really full. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you begin picking out where all these little bushes live and just barely touch, give it a little push, and create all these little snow-covered bushes. In Alaska, they have ice fog. And ice fog occurs normally when it's about 30 below or colder. And it covers everything. Everything with frost. It is so beautiful. Trees look like they're in full foliage. It's so beautiful, and the light plays through it, and all these little ice-covered frosty things, they act like prisms, and they break up the light, and you see all colors in the trees. In the dead of winter, you can see you have to go see it. I can't explain it all to you. It's so pretty. Boy, there's a nice bush. Just grows right out of that brush. And we'll put another one right there. There they go. Just drop them in. Just happy little bushes. Happy little bushes. There. Well, with the completion of this painting, this will end the 8th Joy of Painting series. It's hard for me to believe that we have over 100 shows now. Over 100 shows. Taking a little blue here, put a little highlight on these trees. I really hope you've got to see all the shows. If there's any of them that you've missed, you'd like to see them, give your station a call. Let them know. Let them know what you want to see. And when they need some help, give them a hand. There we are. Let's go over to this tree. Don't want him to be left out. There. Just here and there. Don't kill all the dark contrast. That's what makes it pretty. And you know me, I got to have a little cabin in here. So maybe with all this paint I have on here, I'm going to scrape out just the basic shape to get rid of that loose paint.
Oh, Karma.
It's also a good way to
Good to see you. Thank you for the raid.
Cabin shape.
What are you doing this morning? Let me give you a shout out really quick.
And I'll mix some dark sienna right in.
We are... Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow. Always appreciate Zarostro. Much thanks, much thanks. Ah! And you changed me to a kimono. Haven't worn this in a while. Thank you so much. Today we're doing a Bob Ross stream. Trying to replicate one of his paintings. Drawing the Northern Lights. Season 8, episode 13. I had a good match. Who was I up against? Was I up against you? This is the link to the YouTube video we're watching alongside this art. Was I up against Luke Zhao, or who was I up against? I'm assuming you guys are doing the WWE, right? Did I assume correctly? You know, I love to come in sometimes and to see who I'm up against, what new grudge matches are forming amongst the NVTuber community. Us and Luke versus Phantom and Dio! Zararodo! Oh no. I don't actually do wrestling, but Billy Karma runs a VTuber WWE match. He basically makes WWE versions of VTubers and pits them against each other and then MCs them. It's really fun to watch, actually. Really fun to watch. Yeah. I myself don't actually do wrestling. When I was younger, the martial arts I did were Taekwondo. I did some boxing. I also did some HEMA, historical European martial arts, such as fencing and also Italian longsword fighting. Had a brief stint with a little bit of self-taught kendo too. I had a shinai that I purchased at a Japanese festival that I was going to possibly convert into a training longsword, but decided not to. I don't want to screw up my weapon just to turn that. You could always purchase a training longsword anyway, even though they're fairly expensive. Y'all won, and after winning, proceed to stomp out both Dio and Phantom out of the ring. Shit. We do make a devilish duo from time to time. Imagine being a sportsman, not in the VTuber community. I didn't know that you could even punch the ref in that game. That's kind of funny. Funny but fitting, I bet. Oh, I see what they did. More definition towards the curve than it was towards the mountain. I'm not even sure I could fix that at this point. I guess I could attempt to improve upon that. Nah, I better not. Sometimes you just gotta let stuff ride, you know? You can't be out there trying to fix everything. Not only can you possibly make it worse, but you could possibly end up destroying something that was unique to begin with. And as they say, there is no perfection in nature, so actually the more fucked up you make things, sometimes the more realistic it gets. Oddly enough. Thanks for the lurk. Or at a mountain. An almighty mountain fixes all mistakes. See, trees may fix sins, but mountains just completely radicalize a painting and turn something from a bunch of scribbles into, fuck yeah, half of my painting is a mountain. Even that tree I have in the far right corner of the painting has nothing on this awesome, this big ass mount. 3 mountains. I don't have just a one mountain. I have 3 mountains. I gotta say, this does look. I know this is how it is with a lot of art. You start off and you feel bad because it looks like garbage, and then near the end you think, I wouldn't say this is like garbage. It's edible garbage now. Let's continue. We got about 3 more minutes of Bob Ross's Northern Lights here.
Pull it across.
He's putting a nice, cute little cabin in there now. I think I will dispense with the cabin personally. I don't need a cabin. The woods are my home. So we will dispense with the cabin this time. Personally. Ah! Where'd he go? Where's Krita? There we go.
And you never see them. They never get a thank you. But if it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be any show. A little bit of brown and white here.
If it weren't for them, there wouldn't even be a show.
Give him a little door. Bloop.
Yeah, we're living in the mountains now.
Let's put some snow up here on his roof.
Huh? Is Corey here?
Bloop. Just like so.
Hey, Corey.
Cabin. We can just bring
Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. How are you this morning? Or evening, depending on where you are.
Put some snow over here on the other side of the roof. We don't want that one to be left out. Put that wherever you want it. Okay, maybe some's coming there, just like that. See? And pay attention to your angles when you're laying the snow in. Angles are very important.
Angles are very important.
There we go.
Thank you, Bob Ross-sama.
Just put all kinds of little snow things here. Okay, let's go back in here. Pick up some of the liquid white. Go right into my titanium white. Load the brush full. And let's pop a few more little bushes right in. Work in layers, completing the most distant part of your painting first and working forward. Just like so. A few little bushy things over in here. And we're on the verge of having a completed painting.
On the verge.
You can take the knife, scratch through, let some of these little sticks and twigs show. And this one's about done. Once again, I'd like to thank you for being with me during this 8th Joy of Painting series. We have the 9th series under production already, so we'll see you again. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless.
God bless. God bless us, everyone. Nailed it. And Bob Ross once again is the master of miracles, and I am but a false idol, a false copy. But we attempted. Doing great. Just came back after watching the new JJK movie. What's JJK? You think so? Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad at least someone likes it. I don't think that don't think that this would be further improved by adding more trees to the far left and more bushes, because it's already kind of scrunched up to begin with. Oh, the Jujutsu Kaisen movie. I was surprised to see that was even in film theaters here. I rarely ever get to see anime like in a local movie theater, but they're showing it here in the States as well, in a relatively small state. Usually they have it in like New York and like Illinois and like stuff like that in California. Nothing can beat Choco Nuggies. I never had Choco Nuggies myself. I'll take your word for it though. The Aurora Borealis itself could use some work. I kind of want to just go in here and like redo it, but you can't really redo the sort of thing very easily in oil painting is the problem. Even if we're to like go get the eraser tool is gonna erase the black, and that's just gonna make it more difficult. And yeah. It actually does still look like a weather phenomenon. Not necessarily an aurora borealis, but more like some weird wind is erupting out of the mountains and like about to bitch slap someone. Bob Lulz Ross. Either or. Either or. I don't know why, but the strange blue trees I've been making are oddly comforting, I guess. I wish there was an easier way to adjust the size of the canvas too. Like, I wish I could just sort of grab this and like shove it over here. Like, fail. Before we forget, we must save this. Before it breaks. Before it breaks. Bob 2. Almighty mountain. I think I still did a better job on the first painting because there are different colors. The final boss is emerging out of the mountains, yeah. Like, you just sort of look up in the sky and you think, oh, is that an aurora borealis? At this time of day, in this time of year, localized entirely within this painting. But then it like transforms into this thing that doesn't look like aurora borealis. It looks instead like Wolverine claws. It looks like giant bear claws that are just popping out of the mountain. Does it not look like giant bear claws? I can't unsee it now. Still though, what the fuck are these? If little else, the mountains always look great. And you know, at first I was kind of skeptical about him just drawing these little lines to represent trees, but when I do it here, they really do kind of look like trees, don't they? Maybe it's because I actually draw a physical representation of a blue tree, like right here. Which helps in that we're tripping right now. We're tripping balls right now, yeah. I can see that. Thanks. You know, Chad, making me feel better about my art. I really appreciate it. Like, a lot. I mean, I'm sure that's fairly obvious right now, but I really appreciate I should also use the VC face recommended settings a lot more often. It seems to do a better job of deciding what tracking settings are appropriate for a stream than me doing it manually. There's a little bit of lag between when my mouth moves and when it shows up. I'm fairly sure that's more due to rendering than anything else. It probably helps that it is daytime, so with the additional light in my room, the tracking is a lot more accurate. So, we got about half an hour left of the stream. What would you like to do for the last half hour? Do you just want to do some just chatting? Want me to just draw memes or some shit like that on channel? What should we do? You want me to do karaoke? I haven't done karaoke in a while, to be honest. And even then, last time I did karaoke, it was just like a spur of the moment thing that Sensei suggested I do. I can fuck around with some doodles. Actually, there are some memes that I've been meaning to get done, but I keep putting back. If I could just find them, I could probably throw them up here in Krita and fill them out on stream while I'm waiting. Or for the next half an hour or so. I need to find them though. Where did I put those? Aha! Found it. Save the gallery. Gonna post it here. Check some DMs really quick. I'm gonna put this in the resources section actually. I have saved the Almighty Mountain from destruction. And I'll be posting a copy of this on Twitter and on Discord as usual. And meanwhile, though, let's go ahead and download one of these really quick. Save image as downloads. It's time. I know this meme is many months old. This first came out when I was new to VTubing, but it's a good time as any. Brush presets. Let's change brush presets to ink. Disgusting. Let's. Oh my god, a relic, right? A few months old, it's a relic. You know what's funny? I remember when Setsu Desai first posted this, she only had 100 followers on Twitch, on Twitter. After she posted it, it's like she got over 1,000, and I think it's even higher now. Ancient artifacts. Ancient Lulz time secrets. What is my YouTube again? Oh, I could actually, I think I could actually search up Lulz time on YouTube and it brings me up by default now, which is really cool. I'm finally going places. There's gotta be a better way to. Has 1,500 followers on Twitter and almost 300 followers on Twitch. She sure went places, didn't she? What's my Twitter handle again? Is it law? Oh, Lawsnet, yeah. An emoji or your Oshi mark? Hmm. I can't believe that this stock tie from Vroid actually became part of my brand identity. That's one thing I didn't see happening, or see happening. Unfortunately, I don't own the rights to this thing, but I'm sure it will work itself out eventually, right? Maybe. We'll see. That's way too... Ah, these are too... There we go. It needs to be hot pink. How do I... That works. It looks more like blood pink than hot pink, but, you know... No, I don't like it. It's too dark. There we go. Or maybe it just looks dark in comparison to the other color that's already there, and that's what's tripping me up. You didn't realize that? Yeah, this tie is stock. Believe it or not. It came with Vroid. I didn't make this. I tried to make it a single color. I was going to make it just a pure red, but then I decided pure red looks stupid, so I just decided to keep it stock until I changed it later. But people, for some reason, started associating it with me, so I kept it. Right now, I'm kind of fucking up the colors, though. It has to be sort of a peaches red or something. Can I erase? No! Bad. That's not what I wanted to do either. Where's the erase button? It looks like if I use any of the erasers, it erases everything. I should have probably have put this on a different layer, huh? That's a smart thing. What the smart thing would have been to do. That's fine. We can always redo the tie. Now then. Can I, like, grab a color from outside the program? No, it wouldn't be that easy. But we can open myself in a different program really quick. So, file... That slime was made by, say, Renu. Really cool person. They're a VTuber helper, basically. There we go. Wow, Lulz slime. That's where it's from. It's from that. Is it just me, or is this, like, the same color as what I was using earlier? I thought I grabbed... Didn't I? I wonder what's tripping me up. It's probably an illusion. Did something happen? Oh, I see. Don't worry, I didn't take any offense to that. But based winter for remaining courteous, much appreciates. Ah! I see I've been pied. It's gonna take weeks to get this out of my hair. I hope you're happy. Aw, it's vanished. I probably need a haircut again, to be honest. My hair goes way too fast. Kind of annoying. I think I'm starting to see why some followers who are trying to do fan art for me went a little bit nutty when they tried to draw the tie. It's hard. It's easy to see why. The tie is kind of a mess. It do be messy, that's for sure. No worries though. I think I'm putting a little too much effort into drawing this one tie. Perfectionism intensifies. The blue almost is actually kind of standing out amongst the pinks. Ironically, the pink part is the part that should be standing out, not the blues. Yeah. Let's try. That's because I picked the color from the eyes instead of the. There we go. Color picker intensifies. Yes, indeed. It is an important tie. I only have one costume right now. It doesn't have the tie included, and that was kind of an oversight on my part. I might include it later. I need to work on some more costumes anyway. Always thought that was fun, making new costumes for my character. This blue looks really faded. If I were to choose a color now, if I were to choose a color, I would definitely be choosing blue. Let's see if I could put it here without... Ah! Yeah, I was afraid that would happen. There we go. Item you would drop as loot in a game. That's a good question. That's actually a good question. I don't know what I would put there. I'm really tempted to draw a picture of Pepe. I'm going to do it. It has to be done. It must be done. Pepe. And we will need to zoom in a bit here. Make it easier to draw, Pepe. Gonna make another layer as well. Do you not know? You know who Pepe is, right? Yeah. I'm not that old, right? Poggers. Can I even draw Pepe? Am I good enough to draw this? We are about to find out. Let's start with his giant mouth. In before I accidentally draw a troll face instead. That'd be fucking funny if I did, actually. Doesn't have to be perfect either. It's fucking Pepe. You don't need to... When you're drawing renditions of something or drawing fan art of something, it doesn't need to be exactly picture perfect to the original like image. It just needs to get the main points across, which tells people, ah, this is Rick Astley. Ah, this is Pikachu. Ah, this is Trollface. Because let's, as an art teacher once told me, with regard to with regard to hyperrealism, if he wanted to draw something perfectly, he would have just taken a photo. Which I think is a very good point, honestly. Don't get me wrong, I was really into hyperrealism when I was in high school, but sometimes I do wonder if it's overrated. Ow! Who dares throw a slipper at my face? It was you! Ah! That's not what I wanted to do. Ow! 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 What did I ever do to you? Just because I gave you the ability to torture me live on stream doesn't mean you have to. It means, I actually don't know what it means. When you see super ultra hyper realism manga, you just awe at the work. That's true. How am I gonna use one slipper? Very carefully. There we go. I've corrected his mouth. I feel like I'm creating a transformation between Trollface and Pepe. Just from the way his mouth is shaped. I'll show you a Trollface. I was thinking about drawing a Trollface here actually, but decided against it. I want to draw Pepe instead. Feels good, man. Okay, I'm okay with this rendition. Let's go ahead and draw his mouth in there really quick. Going to save a copy of this image. Going to open. We're taking this very seriously. Yeah, no kidding. I'm personally partial to the memes back from the early 2000s in particular. All your base are belong to us and whatnot. Memes today are actually pretty depressing, especially when COVID started. They just got really unironic. I think they're recovering though. Meme recovery. Yeah, dark humor is kind of a mess. Or at least the kind of humor that I see nowadays in a lot of social media sites is just hot garbage. At least what people think is funny is kind of hot garbage, to be honest. Opium with the memes. Well, dark humor is like a double-edged blade. Use it correctly and it can be funny. Use it wrongly and you're just a retard. um, yeah, that is actually. I think that doesn't just apply to dark humor though. I feel like a lot of jokes performed well are great, but performed badly are at best forgettable, at worst deeply insulting. Filipino dark humor in particular is pretty strong. It's kind of funny also how we tend to be very deprecating, but anytime someone that is not a Filipino uses the same jokes on us, we get super offended. I'm not going to name examples, of course, but that's just an observation I've made. It's also one we discussed before, like You probably heard this one before. We like to joke about how we're late to everything, right? Filipino time this, Filipino time that. At first, I thought that was a Filipino American thing, but when I was in the Philippines and I was going on a date with someone, the person I was seeing at the time, their parents woke them up really early and told them to get dressed before, like 3 hours before before we were going to hang out, and they told him like, he's an American, he doesn't run on Filipino time. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Huli na. But then when you hear other people who are not Filipinos say it, and they're like, oh, they're late to work, or oh, they're late to the function. So you know Filipinos run in Filipino time, and it just comes off as insulting. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that they say it, the in a very degrading manner that makes it insulting. I don't know. It's one of those things that's like, what's up, Corey? What's up? What's up? Some people just say that Filipinos can dish it out but can't take it, which might also be true to an extent, but I think some people are just take jokes better than others, and some people can just, yeah, more or less. I do also believe that you probably shouldn't say or insult someone unless you can dish it out, or you shouldn't joke unless you could take it also, because it just comes across as hypocritical otherwise. As if we don't already have enough hypocrisy in the world. It may be true. Unfortunate. I haven't used Facebook in a while. I'm putting in maybe a little too much effort into drawing this dank Pepe. Just a bit too much effort. I don't know why. I am. But I have no intention of cleaning any of those artifacts up. I feel like they add to the piece, add to the scuff nature of Simon Jack. Oh shit. I can't believe I even got his eye fucked up in correctly the right place. I don't know why, but thanks. I don't think it's drawn that well, but I appreciate that you do. That you do. True. I want to actually just save a copy of this Pepe it by itself as well. How do I select? How do I select an image? It's gonna save this Pepe as well. Copy. File new. Yeah. Oh my god. File save as Lulz Pepe. I'm gonna save it as a PNG. What the fuck did I just do? There we go. Alright. Is Pepe in heaven or something? Something like that. The original creator of Pepe actually publicly killed off Pepe in a Twitter post or a DeviantArt post or some kind of post because they were tired of it being used by the alt-right or some shit like that. But you, as they say, you can't something that's on the internet can't be killed, or you can't something's always internet, something like that. Why can't I? Hey, why can't I? Hmm, that's weird. Ah! What happened? Why can't I? I can't seem to. Oh, hmm. Well, that's bizarre. There we go. Something was messy. Going to make this a little bit thinner. Oh god, it's too small. Actually, better idea. I should just put it underneath. Awesome. That sure took a while. What games do I play? And no offense to anyone that loves MOBAs, and I do know a lot of my mutuals and VTuber friends are swear by MOBAs. Ow. No, don't go. I'll let you beat me as much as you like as long as you stay. That was a horrible thing to say on stream. I do not have a problem. I do play some rhythm games, but I'm terrible at them. I play one in particular. I play a rhythm game that was kickstarted on Kickstarter, whose name is. I need to look this up really quick, because it's been a while since I played it. I should play more of it since it's been recently updated. And that game is none other than. Where is that? Unbeatable, White Label. It's not sus, I swear. What else we got here? Metroidvanias. Metroidvanias. VNs. You know, I'm actually kind of I'm kind of surprised by the choices they put for games in here. And they left out a whole bunch of other genres. The art is amazing, and so is the music. Actually, even. Yeah, that's why I wrote Lowell next to that. Yeah, a list would be a lot better, actually. This is actually really fun. I'm surprised I didn't fill one of these things out to begin with. I could draw better eyes than that. No, I was not drawing Shrek. I don't think I could trust myself to draw Shrek. That's idea is stupid. Mhm. No problem. Have a good night, Winter. Thank you for coming. Always appreciate, or also always appreciate you visiting. Have a good weekend. Have a good night, Vemboy. Thank you for visiting as well. Always appreciate. You too. You too. Man, we've been going for 3 hours and 23 minutes right now. Usually I would have stopped at this point. By this point, having a little too much fun filling this thing out, I guess. Hmm. How to do this? That doesn't work. You know, I just hmm. That is clearly not working. Cut. But what if I were to do this? Oh, I'm really dumb. It was actually showing up. It was just never... Okay. I see what's going on here. Well, let's delete all these excess layers really quick. Selection empty. Hmm. What the hell? Why didn't it let me do that before? How strange. Alright. Now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go edit copy. Copy. Going to put that there. Going going to put this here. What if layer, move layer, paint layer 3, cool. Okay. Ha ha! I've broken the system slightly. Can I do a better job? Hmm. That's a bit much. Unless what I do... Can I add transparency to this? Oh no, where'd he go? Shit. That was kind of freaky. Maybe there's another way to do this. Can I just select this thing and... Now she has a dot on her forehead. A blue dot. Why did I call it a she? I guess it's really more like a they. Perfectionism may be the death of me if I'm not careful. I think that will have to do. So I don't know how to actually impose it on there. Alternatively, what I could also do is just make it slightly smaller than the actual place where it is, thereby avoiding this problem entirely. Isn't there a magic tool that also just auto selects that whole area? Oh, you select the entire thing. You don't actually just select like the thing with it bordered within the lines. Yeah, that's gonna drive me nuts. Let's just do it where it's around yay big. And we'll make do. How's that sound? Control C. Huh? That's not what I wanted. Ah! Where'd it go? Feels like every time I work on this, it gets worse. One of those moments where it feels like each time I work on it further, it gets worse. That's very annoying. I'm not even sure if I can go back to when it was working properly. Like, I have no idea why it worked then, but not now. The trick I developed, the trick I made. I wish I could at least get the dimensions of the selection so I can just put it onto there. Like, can I just copy this and put this over here? Alright, we could work with this. This is so janky. What the hell? Okay, spent enough time working on this. I think we're just going to keep it like that. Until I learn how to use Krita better. Most people won't even notice, would they? Oh, Pen, how I missed you so. Let's get a signature punch here. Shit. How do I into draw hearts again? Apparently I forgot how to draw a simple heart. And be here a whole day just drawing this heart. Speaking of which, I forgot to sign the last piece of art I did. Didn't I? Well, I still got the Almighty Mound there, so remind me, and we'll go ahead and do it afterwards. Finally. Save as. Let's go back here really quick. Going to scale this to the images. Scale this as well. Till right about here. Much better. Shit. Maybe black on white is a little bit too much. Mouse stuff in the trees. What time is it? Shit, it's almost noon. Eh. And with that, chat, we're going to go ahead and end the stream for today. Those of you still with us, thank you once again for visiting. It was
Welcome back. Glad you could join me today.
Always a pleasure.
Today I thought we'd do a
Let's go ahead and see who should raid today, assuming there's anyone still in the stream. I do apologize it took so long just to learn how to, you know, copy and paste a image onto. I think everyone's gone away already. That's alright. We'll go ahead and quietly end the stream then. No raid today. Thank you once again for stopping by to watch today's art stream, and see y'all next week.